Yo, guys, welcome to the live stream. This is the Gran Turismo 7 World Series 2025 online qualifiers. I'm in a party with Thomas. You might remember him from the last live stream. You know, he's a verified top 100 in the world Forza motorsport driver. And so he did the championship. He came first in his league. So I'm struggling in my league, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, are you there, Thomas? Yeah, I think he'll be back in a minute. I think he's away doing something. But yeah, well, let's see how we go. And this is the final race. I'm currently number one in my region, which is the Highland region. For some reason, it's got me local area Highland, second area Highland. So like I'm going to earn 2.4 million credits from this championship. Which is good because it's very difficult to make money in Gran Turismo 7. Yes, we've got 30 seconds till the qualifying ends. I never qualified. I was obviously getting set up for the live stream. I just did a race where I finished 10th. But I was taken out a few times. Got spun out. In 360-degree spins. So I did well finishing 10th. But yeah, these guys are qualifying in 2 minutes. 2 minutes 0.7. They're number one. So these guys are really, really quick. So I'll just send them a message saying live streaming. Give these guys a heads up. They're on a live stream on YouTube, Scotland's Werewolf YouTube channel. I'll tell them to drive nice because there's some really dirty drivers in here. Like the last race. We'll observe the replay from the last race because it was a real belter. Just really dirty drivers in the last one. So we'll see what these guys are like. Yeah, so my car, I made a mistake here. My car's in need for an oil change, and it kicked me out of the qualifying because I was like setting up my live stream channel, and it says I'll be disqualified, for pausing the game for too much when I was setting up this live stream. So this is me just come back in, and it's obviously qualifying's finished. I think we're waiting for a couple of people to come back round and complete their qualifying lap. Yeah, so because I didn't put a qualifying time down, I'll obviously be starting from last unless somebody else didn't qualify. Everybody qualified apart from me. Yeah, so give these guys a heads up. They're on YouTube.
That's pretty butt, mate.
Oh, there's Thomas. Yeah, I've already introduced you, Thomas. Do you want to say hello to the chat?
You're right, boys. How's it going?
Yeah, if you guys seen the last time, if you go on my YouTube channel and go to live streams, you'll see Forza Top 100 driver tries out Gran Turismo 7. And there you'll see Thomas, he just beats me 3 times on the Nordschleife and one of my favourite cars, the Ford Escort RS Cosworth. So, but yeah, that was pretty cool, that last live stream, Thomas, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was cool,
Yeah, and in the last live stream, Thomas had, I think your your control pad was broken, so you were really quiet.
Mike as well, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously with this live stream, you'll hear Thomas much clearer. Yeah, so you came first in your championship, didn't you?
Yeah, I won all my races, yeah.
Yeah, so you're the first in Reading and Berkshire, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah. So obviously this is the final race, and but I'm already number 1 in the Highlands. I'm going to have to check my settings to see if I can get this updated to, the Isle of Skye or Portree, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, are you watching the live stream, Thomas?
I've got it on, but I'm on a daily race B at the minute.
Yeah, you see the times these guys are putting down, 2-minute .7s and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was running on my qualifying, but it's a bit unfair with the people I'm racing with, to be honest.
Yeah, so because Thomas is new to Gran Turismo 7, he's what is it, in D class?
I'm in C at the minute, but yeah, I was in D class, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously Thomas is like an A plus rated equivalent, or even an S rated equivalent to from his Forza Motorsport. There's my car. And you see the Senna paint job. I've got the Ayrton Senna paint job. I painted that myself, that car too. So you can see my Senna. Like obviously I've called myself GTR-Senna. After the most iconic driver of all time, Ayrton Senna. That was taken way too soon from us on the 1st of May Day in 1994. But yeah, Thomas, if you're watching the live stream, you might give us some pointers to go quicker or what. Yeah.
You can't be
Yeah. Thomas's gamer tag on. Hold on, I need to focus you. Yeah, I don't have the ability to race and talk, especially at this speed. Yeah. Thomas's gamer tag is Casual Racer on the PlayStation, like what you can see from my previous live stream. Oh, someone's been taken out. See how dirty they are, and they know they're on live stream as well. Poor guys. Yeah. People that are racing Thomas, people that are racing Casual Racer on here. They think because he's just new to the game, they think he's on an alternative account. They don't think his ratings and skills so high. They're wrongly assuming that he's on an alternate account, a second account. But he's not. He's just a Forza Motorsport driver. Isn't that hilarious, Thomas? Yeah, and somebody who's literally new to the game. So Thomas has got just over 35 hours in the game. These guys have got 300-400 hours, and Thomas is spanking them. So and me as well, as you can see from my last live stream. I've got well over 300 hours, and you can watch in the live stream. I'm spanking me too.
I should be quicker soon as well, but getting the wheel again.
Oh, that's right. And Thomas is on an aftermarket PlayStation £20 cheap control pad, but he just ordered a Logitech G923 tonight. So on Monday he'll be driving with the wheels. He's going to be significantly quicker with that as well.
I've got a few wheels at the time, so it should be alright.
Yeah. So, but anyway, Thomas's gamer tag, where he's verified top 100 in the world, on my YouTube channel, on this YouTube channel, because when I'm verifying, I'm top 100 in the world. Proving the leaderboards. improving my leaderboard times in Forza Motorsport 7. Thomas is the guy ranked above me on my friends list. So I've known Thomas for 16 years. Those of you that watched the first live stream with Thomas will know a lot of this information already. But yeah, his gamer tag on Xbox is Thomas M92, and you can see he's well within the top 100 in the world. You got what? Top 3 finishes on there, top 3 times on there, don't you, Thomas? And quite a lot of the tracks. You've got loads of top 10s on there.
Yeah, I've got loads of top 10, top 5,
Yeah. So when we say we're top 100, it's just a generalisation. You know, like when we go into time attack mode, competition mode, we're well within the top 100 in the world. You know, so top 100 just pretty much covers it. Even though, Thomas has got verified top 3 finishes. Top 3 times in the world in Forza Motorsport. But
there's somebody edging me off the track because I'm faster.
what track you doing? Oh yeah. Well, we'll do some of that tonight in this live stream as well. You'll see Thomas's pace later on once we start. You know, once this final race is over, you'll see Thomas and I racing. We're in different categories on there. But we'll do some. Are you up for some online racing later on the live stream, Thomas, or what? Yeah, we'll see if we can get any of your trolls and the haters on there. Oh, there's nothing I could do there.
No doubt they'll come in.
Yeah, so there was. Oh, look at that! I had the brake. You can watch in the live stream. I had the brakes on full there, and I get a second penalty. You know, because there was already a collision ongoing. Yeah, you do get them. Well, this specific race here is much cleaner than the last one, so I did give them a warning. They're all on live stream. They're all on YouTube just now. So we've seen a couple of fatalities so far, but generally they're driving pretty clean. They're not taking people out so bad. Yeah, so with this race, there's a mandatory pit stop. Oh, and thanks again to Thomas there. He was the one that gave us the heads up in that. You want to tell him about the tyre change, Thomas? I'm trying to concentrate here.
So basically, when you check the race settings, it comes up saying obviously no mandatory pit, but it requires you to use both sets of tyres, being on race soft and race medium. And if you don't switch your tyres between them both, you're looking for 2-minute penalty.
Yeah, and you're saying there's outrage on the forums about it because it's not clear.
It's wasn't very clear. So the last round, so there's quite a bit of confusion between people.
Well, here's me. I've just got a second penalty for absolutely nothing. You know, I came up in a big accident and there was nothing I could do. I had the brakes on full. So just lost a couple of positions there for no reason. Yeah, the penalty system's broken in this as well, Thomas, isn't it? Yeah, people can game the system for their benefit. Yeah, what was the deal you got on that wheel too, Thomas?
Really? You've actually just done that? Oh wow, that's me quitting that race. Don't care about the rating, he's just picked me over 4 times.
Yeah, just jealous of your speed. What was the deal you got on that wheel, Thomas?
You get a free what's it called? A free shifter. Even though I won't use it that much, I prefer the actual paddles, so you get a free shifter.
Yeah, but the gear shift's cool for immersion though. Yeah, Thomas had some direct drive wheels. He had the Modsa R3, was it?
Yeah, the R3 and
I don't know if you can hear my wee collie dog in the background, Belle, but she's having a wee bone just now. Wee soul. That noise in the background, that's wee Bella. She's munching on a bone. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I missed my braking point. Too busy thinking about it.
Letting off on that corner, literally just let off the trigger, put it straight back on as fast as you can, and that can turn.
Yeah, when Thomas and I are hot lapping, you know, like these little things that Thomas is mentioning, I mean, how much do you think that gains, those little rumble clips you're talking? Oh man, I just got binned, I think. Yeah, so there's a dirty driver right there. You're caught in live stream, buddy. Who's that guy? The RCF. Russian. You see that? You just clip me up the inside.
Yeah, you don't get a penalty for a dive bombing because it takes a minute to take the corner. So
yeah, so that's what amateurs do. You know, they use you as the brake and the turning point for the corner. So this guy here, this Russian, you just witnessed him dirty driving. So we'll find out his gamer tag after. I've got it only shows the car names up in the top left there. You know, so that's what amateurs do. That's what losers do. They have to smash you to get past.
Stay out close to the right hand side, but the speed on the left as well. This one has to stay on the right, speed on the left.
Yeah, making a more straight line out of the corner, is it?
Unfortunately, I wasn't aware of the signal being so down, so that's what I chose for the original series, and obviously I realised it's a bit nerve.
Yeah, well, you don't really have any competition in your class, do you, anyway?
No, that's right, but yeah, I was the only person who could see, but I was still like second, and then fourth ones.
Yeah, that'll change once you come up the classes. Yeah, I think I need to pit. I'm still in racing softs here. What lap do you think I should pit on? Oh, look at that, another one banging us. Look at that.
I'm literally like a 5 second delay, so I can't see.
Another rammer. French guy, look. See the French flag.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, the French.
So powerful.
Yeah, the French particularly don't like Thomas and I in this Gran Turismo. They like to smash us, and I think they're sticking together. Find out his gamer tag after as well. When do you think I should pit, Thomas? Sorry, I was getting rammed there.
I would say one more lap, but
I think I should just. I'm struggling already. Should I come in just now? These guys are playing dodgems here. Whoa. Yeah, I'm feeling it too. Yeah, I think I need to pit Thomas. The tyres are shot. What was it? Yeah, he must be in mediums, that guy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so with the wheel you get, with the precision driving you get. Yeah, so what Thomas is talking about there is you can see, like, I'm trying to be smooth with the car, as smooth as I can be. I'm a very aggressive driver though, with using very aggressive inputs. And but what Thomas is talking about there is, you know, the smoother you are, the less tyre wear you have. So if you've got a wheel, you've got the ability to precision drive. Unlike me, as you can see, I'm trying to be smooth, but I'm fidgeting all over the place. Oh no, I've just gone over the line. Oh no, I hope I don't get a penalty for that. So you can see my car, I was like trying to be smooth, but you could see me like could you observe that, Thomas? I was like glitching a little bit from left to side, trying to be smooth. And you know, with the wheel, there's none of that nonsense. There's none of that in the wheel. When you turn, you're on the exact radius needed. You know. Oh yeah, I got a 3-second penalty for going over the coming into the pits. I went over the line by accident. That's a 3-second penalty then. Yeah, so with the control pad there, you can see I just got a little bit too greedy with the throttle. Spun it. You know, so again with a wheel, that would be. Hold on a second, I need to concentrate here. I've burned the tyres up already. Fresh set of tyres, I've just smoked them by spinning out, doing burnouts. So that was a perfect example. Cold tyres come out of the pits, tried to get on the throttle just a wee bit too much, spun the car around, and then struggled to regain traction because the tyre I'd already. Then I over smoked the tyres. I cooked the tyres by doing the burnouts. Yeah, and they call this game a simcade. This is far from a simcade. You know, just like you observed there, a slight lapse of concentration for me. I just spun the car, and then I cooked my tyres. So the direct observation there for simulation for a simulation racer is cold tyres exiting the pit. A little bit too much throttle, I spun the car around. Then after spinning the car around, I cooked the tyres, and then the car didn't have traction for a few corners after because the tyres were too hot because I was spinning them. I cooked them. So there's direct observation that this is far from a simcade. That's what would happen in real life. That was oh man, I missed the braking point a little bit. Oh yeah, and the reason I've got the line on and the braking stuff on is because like I only race in Nordschleife. You know, I've only done this because Thomas is doing the World Series Championships. So I don't normally run. If you look at every live stream I've done, I don't run with this line or braking guides or anything like this. But I just don't know the track that well. Well, I don't know the track, so like I've put that stuff up there, but you'll see I'm ignoring it anyway. I'm not doing what it's telling me to do. But, yeah, you would have been a bit surprised with that, Thomas. It's like, why is Senna not using the line? Why is Senna using the line? Yeah, it's just because I don't know the track, Thomas. I'm just trying to get a little bit of, I'm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so I don't normally run the line or the braking stuff. It's as I said, I just don't know the track. Oh, do you hear me Bell in the background? She's upset. Yes, we'll go for a walk after this one. Oh yeah, Thomas has got a nice car as well. He's got a Renault Megane RS 280, is it? Yeah, so it's a really fast car. Sounds like a Huracan with the backfires. It does. You're saying that's a stock exhaust, Thomas?
Yeah, that's because it's the phase one.
Yeah, I think those backfires, I think you've blown all the baffles out of your car. Did you hear me bell in the background? Yes, we'll go for a walk after this race, girl.
Tyres that I've never tried. I ordered some Toyota Proxy 2s. Should be interesting.
Yeah, so obviously Thomas and I, we've been friends for 16 years on the Xbox, and so obviously we're both verified top 100 drivers on Forza on there. Again, you can just look at my proof of top 100 in the world. and again you'll see Thomas's name above mine on the leaderboards. But yeah, since Thomas has come to Gran Turismo, you know, he's going straight into the competition stuff. You know, the World Series. He's already #1 in Reading and Berkshire in this class. You know, so like basically, I'm just doing this because Thomas is on here. I wouldn't normally be doing this. But yeah, you were saying, Thomas, you know, there might be a chance to get sponsored by Fanatec or something like that, since we're both #1 in our regions and stuff like that.
Yeah, way forward, I don't know where to get into it, just because it's got others have done it, so why not?
Yeah. So obviously, you know, so obviously I'm new to this World Series, but as you can see, I can still compete, even though I did spin out. Did you see the spin out I had, Thomas?
No, I was in the
Yeah, cold tires come out of the pits, spun the car. Yeah, and then
especially medium, when you used to racing stuff as well.
a good point. Yeah, I never thought about that. But yeah, that's right. I was used to the muscle memory of the grip, and then I've got none. But yeah, then I cooped them. You know, had to burn the car. Had to spin the tires up to get the car to turn round back facing the right way. So then I cooped them. So the next few corners had no grip at all. But yeah, sorry to cut you off, Thomas. Yeah, you were saying you got a wee Easter egg for Maisie there or something. Yeah, and then you got toxic. What tires? The Proxy Toyo Proxy tire. Yeah, so you spent a lot of money then. Oh no, I've missed my braking point. Oh, don't give me a penalty. Yeah, this game, it gives you penalties even if you lose time. Looks like I got away with that one though. I think it's because I had the brakes on when I ran wide then. Yeah, it was on that corner there. Thomas has spun out, you know, the first corner. Then exit to the pits. Yeah, because some people call us a sim kid, Thomas. What would your views be in that?
Sort of. Yeah, it depends on it. It's difficult.
Well, I mean, that was pretty realistic. Me spinning the car with the cold tires.
I don't know, I tried a set of cars, so I didn't think too much of it.
Yeah, but like in terms of like a simulation to real life, I mean, it's pretty accurate. I mean, like when I left the pits there.
It's similar to like, so when you say sim arcade, so I'd like to say that's like the fun. To me, that's like obviously Forza Horizon when you do the boat stuff on that and so on. Obviously, that's like more sim arcade. Obviously, when you start going off-road, 300 miles per hour on your RS 200s or whatever, it's full of arcade.
Yeah. Well, for example, if I was to put the foot down on that corner there, not just gradually throttle controlling, I would have spun round in a circle then. You know, I think that's pretty.
That's what makes it more realistic as well, like you say, it acts more realistic than it was.
Yeah. But I would say this isn't an arcade. You know, that's just my opinion, though. I mean, like when I spun the car out,
it's definitely more sim than arcade. Definitely more sim than arcade. I say to me,
yeah.
arcade games are like the likes of Need for Speed, all them terrible games. Oh, sorry, the new Need for Speed is terrible. All the old games. Yeah. Terrible games like Test Drive.
Oh yeah, what a disaster that game was.
Yeah,
I think that's. Yeah. Yeah. What's that called? Test Drive Unlimited, isn't it?
Test Drive Unlimited 2, 3. That's what Solar Crown.
Yeah, it's the third installment.
Third one,
Yeah.
Solar Crown 1 and 2, which I absolutely loved, but unfortunately, number 3 is an absolute
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think everybody got a refund in the PlayStation. Yeah, on the Xbox.
So I bought the full gold edition and played it for like a week and not bothered since.
Yeah, if you'd taken them to court, it would have been an easy victory given PlayStation gave everybody out a refund because the game was broken. But that's the fastest AAA game that I've seen go on sale. I mean, that went on sale a few months after release because obviously on the PlayStation, everybody was getting a refund on request because it was so broken. Xbox obviously refused. They were doubling down, hoping everybody would forget. But yeah, that's the fastest AAA game I've ever seen go on sale. I mean, there was a 40% off on PlayStation. Just I don't even think.
I think it was 70% at one.
Yeah, that's right. It's on sale just now on the Xbox as well.
It's always going to be on sale, unfortunately, because how bad it is before. I think now it's obviously all the updates have happened. And I think it's all been rectified now, but it's too little, too late, unfortunately. So much you can try and give a chance to it then, just basically tells you what it will.
Yeah, but you'll verify, Thomas. Like I only race in Nordschleife. Like you can back me up on that, can't you? I don't race other tracks.
No, actually Nordschleife only.
Yeah, I'm Nordschleife only. So like.
Whereas I'll race a lot more different tracks. But this one is, but I will be going back to Forza soon because Gene
Oh yeah. Tell the chat about that, Thomas.
Yeah, so they've decided to move Fujin Ricardo back to Forza Motorsport. Obviously, I've not played Forza in about 2 months, really. I'll go straight back on and I'll be getting top 50 on that track at least in every class.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same as well.
But then obviously, I'll have to download Horizon again soon. Cross-platform for years. Should be interesting to see what comes on. Be a lot more races on there due to obviously PS5 or PlayStation, sorry, PS5.
Yeah, I was thinking these guys weren't pitting. They're going in now in lap 12. These guys, so they must have been on mediums. Yeah. Yeah, because like when I spun it, obviously I lost a lot of time, but I was thinking surely it's not that much time. Our tyres are starting to go. Car's getting slippery and slidey now. Who, me?
Halo Madness PT.
Oh, what, you on the Daily Race B again, are you?
Just trying to push me off.
Yeah, you'll get to B soon. So basically, once we finish this race, I'll show you. There's a what's the new tournament called, Thomas? Yeah, the Nations Cup's on next. So Thomas and I, the first race you're saying is a Lamborghini Aventador SV. Yeah. So that's going to be really cool. I'm a huge Lamborghini fan. So really put in some work there. But yeah, I'll see Fanatec and all those guys, see if they can give us a wheel, because as you can see, I'm struggling to keep the car smooth here with the control pad. You know, and obviously I'm going to venture out and do more tracks, not just Nordschleife. It's I mean, how hard is it to get the perfect track? How hard is it to get like a perfect lap on Nordschleife? I think it's almost impossible, Thomas. But what do you think?
You're always going to make mistakes somewhere.
Yeah. So that's why I just stay in the Nordschleife. You know, the Nordschleife is like all of these tracks combined. You know, the Nordschleife has got a bit of everything. You know, it's got I think it's 170 radius corners in it, 140 like it's got 140 what's it called, like medium corners, and then there's like 74, 71 severe corners in it. You know, like you know, like depending on the radius of them. Like, for example, going under Yokohama Bridge, Thomas, how many corners is down there? But they're all that S-bend, you can just straight line them all, you know. I mean, there's a good few just in that little straight, isn't there?
It's just so many cars, so many corners really sections go a lot faster than others.
Yeah, so if I hadn't spun the car out, you would have seen some, you know, some close racing. But of course, like an idiot, I was too greedy on the throttle and spun the car around. You know, so it's pretty much a boring race, just me at the back here. But
halfway up on C now.
Nice, yeah, you'll be in B soon enough. There's a chance we could get into the same races once we're in the same category. Yeah, so if you pay attention, I'm ignoring that brake signals, and I'm not sticking to that line, far from it. You know, I've found a much faster way around the track than what that's telling me to do. Like, for example, there, sticking out wide, cutting in gives you a more straight line for this corner here. Yeah, so I did have a plan to take that driving aids off before the race, but I just never got round to it. It's as far as I'm concerned, that stuff's off-putting. You know, I put it on for, you know, to help me learn the track a bit faster. Very quickly learned that it's not the ideal line and braking point, so I just forgot to take it off. But yeah, like, I'm going to be venturing out into more tracks now. You know, now that Thomas is on Gran Turismo, you know, Thomas does all the tracks. But I think your favourite's still the Nordschleife, isn't it, Thomas? Yeah, it's but you know, Thomas does all the tracks, whereas I just specialise on the ring. But obviously with Thomas and Gran Turismo now, I'll be doing, you know, tracks like this. I actually love this track. The corners that we're coming up to in a second, they're actually called after Ayrton Senna, you know, the best driver ever to have lived. You know, every year there's a Formula One driver competition. So we're into this. These are called the Senna S's, these corners. Obviously named after Senna. But every year, the Formula One drivers get asked the question, who's the best Formula One driver of all time, and without question, Senna wins it every single year. There hasn't been a year gone past where, and I think the popular vote is always Senna too. I don't think he's ever lost that title since he left us prematurely on, since he was killed on 1st of May 1994. But yeah, I do love this track, but obviously it's no Nordschleife. That's pretty cool. Can you hear the cars going over the head there on the bridge? They just went. We just went over them there. The way the track's configured, we just went over a bridge. The track cuts underneath it. I'll show you here in a second. But you would have heard the cars doing the flyby there. So like we were just underneath them there. So like just about here somewhere, there's a bridge. So like about a minute ago, you heard cars flying by. That was just back there. The cars flying in that back straight there. Yeah, it's just I feel it's you've got more control.
I used to race no view at all.
Yeah, that's good too. You'll never miss an apex in that view.
But I race out of car view now.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't miss an apex with that view. This one here, I just find it the best. I think there's a lot of the top 10 drivers in the world run with this view. Like Davey Skills in Xbox runs this view. Yeah, the view Thomas was talking about was this one here. And now he races in this one outside view. Yes, I painted this. This is a tribute to Ayrton Senna. So I painted this myself. I put all those Senna stickers on there. Of course, the Marlboro paint job is unique to Senna. Oh, tires are shot. Yeah, so obviously when you're running these races where tyre wear's on not just normal wear but 2 times wear, getting towards the later half of the latter half of the race, you have to feather the throttle. So as you'll see here, if you watch the little white throttle bar, the little white bar there, you see I'm just nurturing it on the exit of that chicane there to try to get some traction. So when your tyres wears high like what I've got here, you have to really feather the throttle. Can you add anything to that, Thomas?
Sorry mate, I wasn't watching it then.
Just about the tyre wear and how to nurture it when you're off at the end of the race and stuff. Yeah, you've just got to try to nurture them, don't you? Nurse them.
Unfortunately, I hold out an extra lap for the sets just so I get a bit more and medium.
Yeah, you got away with it last lap, didn't you?
That Porsche, he somehow got 15 laps in the mediums.
Yeah, you'd be running a wheel with that type of precision. Well, obviously, like I'm used to driving high-powered cars in real life. You know, my own car's what 265 brake horsepower. Your car's what 280. Um, you know, I used to work for Audi driving 450 horsepower plus cars. You know, regular. I find this game very realistic. You know, the way you have to feather the throttle or you spin out. I mean, I'm just keeping it in third now because it's easier. Like you normally leave that section in second, but the car's just lighting the back tires up, so just changing up early to manage the throttle. What was it called? To manage the tire wear better. But yeah, so for me it's like for example, if you jumped into TVR Tuscan, Thomas, you would know to feather the throttle, wouldn't you? Like you would just try to mash it and then spin out and kill yours. Oh, look at that! The tires are completely gone. Yes, yeah, so I'll have to keep it in third through here as well. Do you see that, Thomas? Oh right, yeah, almost binned it there. Well, I think I did pretty well there. That car should have really gone right in the circle there, but managed to counter steer, bring it back. Just try and keep it in higher gears. Oh, there you go. There's the bridge there. You hear the cars doing the flybys there over the bridge. That's cool. Oh, got to brake early as well. Yeah, so what Thomas is talking about there is he's doing the GT Sport, the online competition racing. What's that? That's Daily Race B, isn't it? Yeah, it's on a really cool track, Watkins Glen. Oh, is it Road Atlanta? Yeah, I like Watkins Glen as well. Yeah, and it's in the Group 4 category, isn't it? So you can see the car just slithering there, in second gear, just coming out that last chicane there. Car just wanting to spin around. Yeah, so for me, a simulation game, if it mimics real life, I think that is regarded as a simulator, not a simcade. If you've got to, especially like I'm verified top 100 in the world, anyone wants to doubt that, go to my YouTube channel and see the results, see the leaderboards. But if I have to be careful, really careful, in case I spin the car out like what I've done once already in this live stream, I think that pretty much guarantees it's a simulator, where somebody of my skill level can even spin the car out on cold tyres leaving the pits. So you're all of these trolls and people saying this is a SimKid game, they can just stop it. Oh yeah, the Stig, chat. That's a Stig Thomas is talking about there, the original Stig.
He does obviously sim racing.
Yeah.
So he uses the Logitech G9 2.3, which I severely find it hard to believe that he's using that. But he went and tested out a sim rig worth $2.5 million.
And how did he get on with? What did he say about that?
Yeah, he said it's absolutely crazy. There's only 4 ever been sold. But yeah, you can see why. But you can have a look at YouTube. Yeah, it's really crazy.
Yeah, I think that popped up in my feed. I recall seeing that in my feed, that video. I just didn't watch it. Oh well, I really burnt out there, guys. I spun out badly. On cold tyres leaving the pits, I spun the car around, so I was pretty much finished at this point. Plus, I can't really talk and race. Like when we first started the race, if you remember, I was like trying to talk about Thomas's gamer tag and how it's a troll gamer tag, the casual racer, and yeah, we'll name and shame these dirty drivers in here. Let's save the replay. We'll find out who was binning us. So there's the results there. Lamborghini Huracan won the race. Then a Mercedes AMG. I think that's that Russian guy that first did the dirty driving. We'll watch a replay and we'll dissect who did it. So points table, what did I get for that? What was it? 41 points, is it? So I lost points. The last race I came 10th. And the way this World Championship works is it only saves your best.
Your last result.
Your last result. So like I've actually lost, how much points have I lost there by doing this live stream? So I did have 56 points, but now I've been put down to 49 points. That's a loss of 7 points. But I'm still first overall anyway in the Highlands. So when did you get the results?
After this last race, I believe.
Yeah. So this section here is called the Senna S's. You see the S? You see the S here? It's so cool. So I love this track just because it's got that section there. It's called the Senna S's. But yeah, going forward, I'll do more tracks other than just the Nordschleife, and I have seen some comments where people are saying, do other tracks, not just the ring as well. So, now Thomas is on Gran Turismo, I'll go there. Also, Forza Horizon 5 is getting released on the 25th of April with a pre-order, and the 29th of April for normal people. For normal people that just bought the standard game. So on the 25th, you'll see Thomas and I racing some Forza Horizon 5 as well, because there's some incredible cars there. What's the car selection like in that, Thomas?
Absolutely pretty much everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy because it was always Gran Turismo had these unique cars, and all the nations. Yeah, so it's just putting us directly into the Nation Cups. So when does that start? That starts in a few days,
Wednesday.
Is it? Wait, where'd you get your money? Do you have to wait for it to go through?
I'm not sure, mate. It's the first time I've done it properly now.
Well, anyway, you'll see the results come up when it comes through. I was number one in the Highland area. Yeah, and I'll get paid 2.4 million credits for that. Yeah, it's just vanished off of the sport mode, Thomas.
Yeah, so it'll be getting ready to flash the results, so I believe.
Yeah, anyway, let's watch this replay of the disaster. I don't think my car was running full power there either. No, it's not. See, it's oil. Yeah, I've lost 2 horsepower, so you can see 533 brake horsepower. You can see my oil's not it's just normal. It's so that means it's black. It's not excellent, like pure synthetic oil. So you'll see this go up. So it says 533 brake now. Watch. So my car wasn't even running properly. Yeah, see now it says 535 brake. So we're running 2 horsepower down, and probably about 10 or 15 torque down.
What a dirty, dirty boy.
Yeah, Thomas is getting a kick in as well. Speaking of that, let's watch the replay.
Just been outmaneuvered twice by two people.
Yeah, so I'll just show the viewers quickly.
A good job on YouTube, because otherwise I'd say a certain thing then.
Yeah, I told Thomas, mine's a family-friendly channel, so like Thomas is on best behaviour, otherwise you'd be hearing some real nasty words.
I'm not
So
family friendly, to say the least.
yeah. So Thomas is on this track here, the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, in the Group 4. So that's what Thomas is racing. So what I do is when I'm doing these time attacks and stuff, like I'll just pull up
Absolutely shocking races. Javala Kuhn and Aspar 67. Absolute terrible slow races.
Yeah, you can save the replay and post it. I can show the viewers that I can watch it. Show the viewers. But yeah, Paul Cheech, he's also from Scotland. He's rapid. He's normally the quickest in my friends list there. 124.1 he's doing. But like what I normally do is, I just go onto the first, the fastest guy in the world, and so it's currently the Nissan GTR here. And then I just observe what they're doing. So I did that with Suzuka as well. Hold on, replay. So like this is another secret how to get really quick too. So basically you can see here, so on the screen you can see the gear, the revs of the car, the line he's taken. You can see he's trail braking there. He's not putting the brakes on full. He's just putting them on and then lifting off, turning the car with the brakes there. So like these guys are just operating at light speed. But you can see on each corner the line he's taking, the gear he's in, the braking point and the acceleration point. The limits of the track, how much you can cut the corners and run wide and still not get penalised for it. So like these guys do all the hard work, so you can just observe the replay and gain a few tenths of a second just by watching these guys, following their line, following their gears, their braking points, their acceleration points, how far you can cut the corner, how far you can run wide. Just by observing this, you can go significantly quicker. But you can tell these guys are running wheels because the precision, the smoothness of them, they're not like twitching the car like what you do in a control pad, trying to be smooth but failing. Yeah, so there's a 123.5 in his first lap. So there's the fastest guy in the world doing the track that Thomas is talking about now. And Thomas is trying to do this track, in the background, and he's just getting wiped out.
Taken out, but I give him a few of my own words over the message, so that was good enough.
Yeah, and believe it or not, that last race I was in, that was clean compared to the first one. And you see this getting sideswiped a few times, and I gave them fair warning. They were on YouTube, to drive clean, and they still couldn't do it. Some of them.
They don't care.
How'd you do this again? My items, there we go. Yeah, and I think over a certain time period you don't actually get to see the full replay. It cuts off early. But anyway, we'll watch the highlights here. How'd you get the names off the cars? I can't stand all that stuff. Oh, with the helmet and the suit.
I found
Uh,
one now, yeah. So,
yeah, but you've got to make like see when you download the one, you've got to make sure you've got the same suit and helmet. Because I don't think it looks the same. You know, if you've got a different suit and helmet.
there's a Spider-Man one.
How do you say that? Is it liveries or liveries? I'll always mix it up.
That's it.
Liveries.
Yeah, there's a Spider-Man
That's cool. Yeah, you can pretty much find anything on the story. Right, let's watch. Let's shame this guy. That poor guy in the Porsche got wiped out. Let's shame them all. These guys. This poor guy, the German. That's the same guy that got me. I'm pretty sure as well. So you can see this guy K something K Cas. He's already hitting the guy, the German in front of him. There you go, and he just hit him right in the rear quarter panel, sends him off and leaves him for dust. So K Kazmarach. Look at that dirty driving. See, if that was Thomas or I that did that, we would have given the position straight back, wouldn't we? No quit. Yeah, you don't want to mess with Thomas. He'll just devote all of his time to take you back out if you wrong him. So those people that just took him out, it's not going to go well for them, I can tell you. Thomas remembers the gamer times. Yeah, look at that. He didn't even try to take the corner. He went straight for the pit. Dirty driver. So there's one guy.
Just absolutely pathetic on slow. Well, that's the issue, unfortunately. No, I know they're obviously a B class racer or A class, but I think they just need to take the time and do the same tracks over trying to get people when it comes back to the racing. You just can't do it. Just absolutely pathetic.
Oh, there's another one that bit the dust. Let's see what happened to him. Yeah, the French guy put him off.
Oh, look.
Oi, me, VR. This guy, look at this. Bang. Look at that. Verified dirty. And see these guys, the normal racing etiquette is if you do that, if it was an accident and you did it by accident, you just give them the place back. But you can see these guys just drive on as if it's nothing happened. So there you go, name and shamed, quite rightly so as well. Dirty driving like that. Yeah, amateurs. And it's hilarious. They don't even get penalised for it. Well, it's not hilarious. It's not funny. But they do it and they don't get penalised for it. And then, like in a minute, you'll see me come up to like an accident, and I hit people by accident. And I've got the brakes on full, and I get a second penalty for approaching an accident. Is it here or is it the next lap?
Oh, I had the same thing as you. I had normal oil instead of.
Yeah, so you got your bop done, and then you got capped by the bop, and then you got capped by your oil as well, same as me. Yeah, so I wasn't even running full power there in this race. I was 2 brake down. Oh, so when you hear saying bop, that's balance of performance. Or are you still checking for it, are you? Yeah, everybody's poor in Gran Turismo, unless you're a multi-millionaire where you can just dump, you can just buy all of the cars and the tunes and the credits and stuff.
Too many tunes and designs, too many cars. Poor man's me.
You're a good girl.
Getting far from that.
Getting lots of love off of wee Belle. She's giving us big cuddles.
Well, I already have the engine that I can put into this from a free engine swap, so I don't need to waste it.
Yeah.
I've got like 7 engine swaps that I need to use.
Right, well, Thomas, I'm just going to leave the replay on. I'm going to take wee Belle out for a walk. She's been patient, so I'll be back. How long are you staying on for?
Yeah, for a bit, I'll couple of races in the back and stuff.
Okay, right. So here we go. Right. So here's my second penalty. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Yes, I know. We're just going. Did you hear her there?
No.
She just came meow meow. Did you hear that? Did you hear they're going? She's like, I thought we were going. Yeah. Did you hear? Yeah, we're just going, girl. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Look at this. So obviously I'm trying to communicate in the live stream, so I can't talk and race, so I'm much faster than it's normal. But look at this. There's an accident up here. I've got nothing to look on the left hand side of the little graph. Look in the brakes next to the rev counter there, that box. You'll see I'm fully red, braking as hard as I can to avoid it. I had nothing to do with that collision. I was unfortunately part of it. And look at that 1 second penalty came up. I didn't do it. Brakes were unfolded. Did everything in my power to avoid it. And I get a second penalty. And I don't think any of those guys got a penalty for that. I was the only one out of that group that got a penalty there, and had nothing to do with the incident. In fact, I actually boosted the guy that I hit, gave him an advantage. Look at this nonsense. Yes, we're just going. Yeah, look at that nonsense. Yes, we're just going, girl. Yeah, I'm going to take the dog for a walk. I'll leave you with this replay, guys. Yes, we're just going, girl. Yes, we're just going. Right, I'll be back in a bit, Thomas. Right. Oh yeah, if you want to talk to the chat, you can see anything as well. But I'll be back. Right. Yes, we're just going, girl. Yo, Thomas, you there?
Yeah, it's nice to see my picture, isn't it?
No, I'll look at it after. This has got to be close to the end, is it?
I've got my
I think I'm on the last lap here.
yeah,
Um,
I've got my money.
oh, nice one. Yeah, number one in Reading and Berkshire, is it?
Yeah, I've got I can't remember what the amount was, but yeah, so
Yeah, how much money did you get?
3.5 mil.
3.5 million.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. So anybody that wants to make money, do this world. Um, what's this called? World Series Championship. The, and of course, that's just 3.5 million in-game credits, not 3.5 million quid. This has got to be the final lap, is it? Yeah. So you want to do some online races?
yes,
So tell you what lap you're on. It's- Yeah, well, obviously because I spun the car out, well, I'll just going to highlight how not to drive here. Uh, oh, did I pit in that? Yeah, I couldn't stay out for long in the softs. What did I start on? Did I start on the softs or the? I think I started on the softs, didn't I? Pit a lap 11. Yeah, I pitted in lap 5. Did I pit in lap 3? It's not telling me when I pitted.
it was at 6.
So lap 6, was it?
I think so. Yeah, the LFA's 1.5 million.
Why is it not going to the actual lap? Oh, it looks like lap 7 I pitted on. Oh yeah, so this is how not to drive, guys. So basically, leaving the pits, you're on cold tyres. So I would say this is all the proof you need. This isn't a simulation game. This is not a anything to do with the arcade. If you just watch this is proof. So this is me leaving the pits with a 3-second penalty because I went over that white line on the left there, but on the entry to the pits, you've got to stay within the parameters of the pit lane entry and exit lane. So otherwise, you'll get a 3-second penalty. So because obviously my tyres were worn, I ran wide, went over the white line on the entry to the pits. But yeah, if you look at this, if you look at this white bar here, hold on. So you see that white bar, the one that's the acceleration one, it's on the right hand side next to the right hand of the car. Watch the accelerator. I get too greedy with the throttle. See. So you can just see, like, I knew I shouldn't. I knew I was trying to get more. So I was only thinking I got a 3-second penalty, and also I was, like, I can't drive and talk. I can't drive really fast and talk at the same time. I don't have the concentration for that. So like what's going on in my head right here is I've got a 3-second penalty. So I'm like, right, I'm going to have to really try to make up some time here. Hence why I get too greedy with the throttle and exit of the corner. I'm also trying to communicate with you guys, the chat, and Thomas. So like, my brain's multitasking. Talking to you guys, Thomas, and trying to race, at race pace as well. But if you look at that
I'm
white,
used to it. It don't bother me that.
yeah. So if you look at the white bar on the right hand side here, you'll see like where just before I spin, I'm also catching the rumble strip as well, which is just feeling the fire. But so this is how not to drive, guys. It's an example of how not to drive. Yeah. So not only did I try to give it too much acceleration, I was actually on the rumble strip as well. And that spin, that just cooked the tires. So you can see the tires are still hot now. So I went from cold tires to hot tires. So you can see the tires, and plus the tires are dirty as well. I've got dirt in the tires as well. So it's just a perfect combination of no grip. So now you can see I'm giving it proper throttle control to try to control the car. But yeah, so if that is the absolute perfect example of this is not anything to do with an arcade game. That's exactly what would happen in real life. Too greedy with the throttle, hitting the rumble strip. The back of the car spins round, and even with my skill level I couldn't control that. Then the tyres are dirty, I forgot to add that. The tyres are dirty. I've just cooked them by lighting them up. And as a result of that bad driving, look at the car. I can't get any traction. The car's literally wanting to donut all the time. So now if you look at the white bar, I'm really feathering the throttle now, trying to tame the car, because the tyres are dirty and I cooked them as well. But anyway, that whole situation there was an example of how not to drive. So that cost me. How much time do you think that cost us, Thomas? How much time do you think that bad driving cost us there? Looks like. Yeah. Well.
You don't even have to have the fastest lap time as long as you're smooth and consistent. That's just the way forward. And then as soon as you get somebody trying to knock you out or slight pit maneuver, your tyres start wearing down. That's it.
You're
pretty
done.
Much game over, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
that's why it pays the effect to sitting in, studying the lap time and just going through it that way. But know myself, I don't like sitting there watching the replays. I'd prefer just going for it. But
yeah, on a live stream, Thomas, when I look at your message, the live stream just goes down. It goes to a blue screen or something like that. So they won't be able to see your message that you sent me. But Tom, so what was your results of the World Series?
First for the local area and the surrounding secondary area, and then the top 25% for manufacturer. And
nice
one. 25% for regional. And that's being in D class, considering I couldn't. If I was in B class or what, I could have gained a lot more points and been higher up.
Yeah, and you missed a race as well, which cost you. I missed a race too. What was it? You couldn't race. Was it last? It was on the Saturday. You couldn't race. Yeah, and I missed the Wednesday race. So anyway, hopefully Fanatec will send me a wheel or something. For obviously my skill level, I'm verified well within the top 100 in the world. Already on my YouTube channel, but here we go. So now that all the rounds have been completed, the series ranking has been decided. Rewards will be awarded to players who ranked within the designated top places. Right, so there we go. It's not as cool as the previous screen, but it comes up. Oh, you get some applause as well. Yeah, I only got 2.4 million, but I missed a race and I'm in a higher group than you. So I got 625 grand. So first place is in the Highlands, local area. Secondary area. Main area is the Highlands, so that's wrong. That should be Portree, Isle of Skye, but for some reason there's a mistake there. I'll have to fine tune it. I placed 89th in the world driving a Lexus. Thomas Scott was in the. You must have been in the top 25 in the world, was it?
Yes, mate.
So Thomas Scott a lot more money than me. And overall, I placed 2060th. So but I missed a race, and I'm in a much fiercer category than Thomas as well. So first in my area, the Highlands, and for some reason it's duplicated that. But that should read main area Portree, the Isle of Skye. But regardless, I got 2.4 million in the. There's no competition in this area, and there's a lot of people in this area because I'm grouped. This is grouping me in the Highlands, not locally, which is there's only a few thousand people locally to me. But anyway, I defeated them all in the Highlands and Islands area, and 2.4 million credits, receive rewards. Nice one, almost 10 million credits.
Yeah, if you want to whack a ring on for a couple of races or something, I'll jump on. I'm quite tired now, but
Yeah, and you were saying that the Nations Cup, the first, the
Nations
first.
Cup is on Wednesday.
Oh, here we go, event schedule. Yeah, so as Thomas said, it's the Lamborghini Aventador round. Oh, Road Atlanta.
Yeah,
Yes, so like even though I just specialise and I only really race in Nordschleife, I do love like Spa Frankenshire. Uh, I do love what's this one? Autopolis International. Don't really know that one. Suzuka, I love that one because we just did that one. That's got the Senna S's in it. Trial Mountain, the OG Gran Turismo track. Autodrome Laghi Maggiore. That's a nice track. You like that track as well, the Italian track.
yes, mate. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a nice track as well. But
I haven't actually checked the what tracks they are, to be honest.
yeah, they're good tracks. But yeah, I need to put a lot of practice in. For to keep, obviously, so like I'll try and live stream each one of those tracks as well because we'll probably get a few million credits for that as well, doing that series, Thomas. I'd imagine it'd be quite a good payout. Right, do you
Yeah,
want me to set
no,
up a lobby?
yes, please, mate. By Wednesday, I should be B. So
We'll see if we can get any of our stalkers in here. The trolls. Some of the people think that Thomas is on a second account, that he's like really a really fast player, but so what the fast people do is, because obviously when you're so fast and people recognize your gamer tag, uh, and somebody beats you, they'll like post it onto YouTube, and like, oh, I took down Thomas M92, Forza Top 100 driver. I took down GTR Senna. It's like, so like some people stay away from their main gamer tag, and they'll create alternative tags, alternative gamer tags, so that they don't lose. They kind of protect their image type thing. So I don't do that, and Thomas doesn't do that. We just, if we lose, we lose fair and square. But the people on here, they think Thomas is on. He's like a
obviously,
really
when you
top
go into my
driver.
hours, you see compared to most of the
Oh
races
yeah,
that
I
we
can
run,
actually do that here as well. Yeah.
I've got like literally next to nothing on the time. Like, if you show yours, and obviously it shows how many hours and so on and stuff. But when you actually go to mine, you're like, okay, yeah,
Yeah. So Thomas's account, casual racer here, he'll be joining in a second. Because he's new to Gran Turismo 7, he doesn't have many hours on the game. I think it's just over 35 hours or something. And whereas people like me, we've got over 300. Some people have got over 500 hours track time on the game, and so for that reason, it's like there's no way that guy can be that fast, and he's so new to the game. But he genuinely is. He's just a Forza driver, and he's only on this Gran Turismo. You explain the online stuff. You're only on this Gran Turismo because
yeah.
how's it better?
Forza kept pulling away the Nordschleife events and so on, and then obviously I was And plus, when it works with the private, where I haven't got that many people I race with anymore, it's hard to get full lobbies. And plus, I like racing with different people as well, so it's hard to get the track you want. Whereas on this, you can just set up an open lobby and you get drivers in for the ring and like I said, Road Atlanta, Tsukuba, stuff like that, and then you can just race whatever you want. And but Forza doesn't allow that; it just swaps and changes when it wants every week. It'll have a week of Nordschleife and then take it away for a few weeks, and then yeah, it just sort of ruins the game for me. So I've come off it for a bit to try this and something different.
Yeah, but I think you're liking Gran Turismo, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I mean,
especially when you're
it's different. Like I say, it's different mechanics, but
the,
I'm used
the,
to it now.
the I'll carry on, Thomas. You're used to the mechanics now.
Yeah, but obviously I'm just gonna that'll change on Monday when I set the wheel up and have to learn everything fresh again. But like I say, it's not a complaint for me. It's just it'll just take me a couple of hours to get used to it, and then it shouldn't be too bad. But I'll only but get faster with it. So
Yeah, it's been so funny, like Thomas coming over here and people thinking that he's on an alternative account. We had one guy bring in all of his friends. I mean, don't mention any names, Tom. Well, you can if you want. Who cares?
nah, I'm not bothered. I don't want to give
But
him the
but the
satisfaction.
but yeah, exactly. They're not even worth naming. But anyway, these guys are like they're quick guys. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're really fast. Um, but they don't like losing, as Thomas said. So basically, this guy brought in all of his A plus driver friends, and so basically, Thomas and I were taking out the fastest car on the game, which is a Suzuki Pikes Peak car, the monster car. And so anyway, this guy, this A plus S driver was like, "Oh, they can bring the ocean if they want." So Thomas replied, "I'm Aquaman." He's bringing the whole ocean, and he drowned this driver. Figuratively drowned this driver, and I beat him as well. And as soon as I overtook him, he rage quitted the game. But he was like, "They can bring the whole ocean if they want." Their rhetoric is hilarious, isn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, he just thought he came in with the advantage, thinking he's going to destroy everybody, and yeah,
Yeah.
didn't work out for him. Bless him.
And the thing is that like they are really fast. I mean they're obviously ring experts. Nordschleife specialists. It's just like there's
Identical,
no there's
definitely. It's just there's no need for being absolute idiots with it. Just because, like I said, one of them. Obviously, I'm not saying his name, but if he wasn't such an idiot, basically, we'd probably be good friends and share a lot of tunes together and stuff. But because he comes in with stupid comments all the time and doesn't like losing, it's not really a place for him to race with us.
yeah, just talking smack. But yeah, I agree, Thomas. I mean anybody that races this track. I mean this is by far the biggest racetrack in the world, no question. I mean the Isle of Man TT is bigger, but that's a motorbike track. That's a super bike track. Um, but when it comes to cars, this is the king of the racetracks, the Nordschleife and Nürburgring. So anyone that races this track has got my respect because most people stay away from it. It's like, oh, it's too big. There's too many corners to learn. You can just see from the little map there, that little red dot, that car going round just now. I mean, you can see how many corners and braking points and acceleration points and blind corners. And I mean, this track has literally every type of corner. So you can combine all the tracks in the world, and this will cover it. And so anyone that races this track has my respect. But there's no need for smack talk. It's but I think the fact that you're a Forza driver, I think it's like that Gran Turismo fanboy stuff. It's like, oh, we'll show that Forza driver. He's coming over here thinking he's fast. We'll show him, and then you smack them down, and they don't like it. But yeah, little behaving like kids, behaving like well, just behaving like children. Like school playground behaviour.
Like I said, a lot of it comes to the fact of where they're not used to getting beat either.
Yeah, it's
But literally, I'm gonna go and get a glass of water, and I'll be back in a second.
Cool. Yeah, so these cars, so as you can see what the lobby's called here, these cars are 700 pp cars. So the performance points of the cars are limited to 700. So it's a really specialized field where you can get 600 performance points, you can get 700 performance, but you can basically limit the car for performance point ratings. And so 700 seems to be a really popular one, so that's why we're doing this one. And as Thomas said earlier, he's only on Gran Turismo 7 because Forza doesn't allow this kind of stuff where you can, you can have a custom match, you can limit the horsepower, the weight, the performance class. You used to be able to do this in Forza, but they stopped it for some reason. And obviously, like I've always played Forza with Thomas, and then I've got Gran Turismo friends that I play with, and I've always just played them both. But Thomas was solely an Xbox driver. He put all of his time, focus, and concentration, on Time Attack and Forza. Whereas I would go between the pair of them. So I would play with Thomas on Forza, then I'd come on to Gran Turismo with other friends. And now because Forza has completely messed up the online gaming system, where Thomas can't do what we're doing now. We can't have specialized custom tracks where you can even limit it to group race cars only, Group 3, Group 4, Group 2, Group 1 cars, hypercars, electric cars. Again, you used to be able to do all of that in Forza before they restricted everybody for some unknown reason, where they just dictate. They tell you now what tracks you can race and what cars you can race, which is ludicrous. So Thomas has now come on to Gran Turismo 7 because he can choose what cars he races and he can choose what tracks he races, and he can race the whole world in it. So obviously we're on at 4 minutes past midnight on the Sunday UK time, and so there's not that many people on just now. But the last live stream we did, there was quite a lot of people in there. So that's what Thomas was talking about earlier.
That's me, buddy.
Welcome back. So Thomas is now on Gran Turismo 7, and he can just customize any track and car category he wants. So isn't it ridiculous that Forza stopped doing that, Thomas?
Yeah, I don't never will understand why, but
Yeah. So. But anyway, I'm tired as well. Oh, there's that Mustang. Oh, you're taking the Mustang out. Yeah, I've noticed in these online lobbies.
I've not seen this Mustang out yet.
There's a lot of Mustangs getting taken out. Change car. Take out the Lamborghini. Oh yeah, take off all of those assists. Yeah, so I forgot to take that off for the live stream, guys. I don't run with any of this stuff on. But I was just trying to get up to speed in that Suzuka track as fast as possible. Okay, ready up, guys. How long are you staying on for? Just one race or a couple of races? Or?
I'll say for a couple, mate. Yeah. I'll just be up early with the kid for obviously Easter, but
Yeah.
all right.
Oh man, we've got somebody else joining. Oh, that's good. I thought there was just going to be a couple of people racing. Oh, Speedy Gonzalez, he's raced with us before.
don't know how well I'll perform with this vehicle being it the first time I've used it, but
Yeah, it looks really cool, that. Yes, you're a good girl. Oh, Bella's giving us a wee cuddle.
I know that Porsche is crazy fast.
Yeah, I think that's the best handling car in this category. Yes, you're a good girl. Yeah, wee Belle's giving us a kiss. Yes, you're a good. Yeah, that's my wee collie dog. Yes, you're such a good girl. Yes, you're such a nice girl. Eh, you're such a clever girl. Yes, you're the most intelligent of the dog kind. Yes, by far. Right, come on, ready up, guys.
I thought this would have a bit more straight line grunt being 859 horsepower, but
That's right, I can spectate you. I think that's everybody ready now.
yeah, I thought that was
Yeah,
faster than I thought it would be, but
hopefully we get that Ford Mustang, is it the GTD it's called?
yeah, the basically the GT3 model.
Yeah, the road version. Yeah, I painted this Murcielago myself as well. The SV doesn't exist in this game, which is ridiculous because it used to be in here. So I painted this Murcielago to try to look like the SV. Oh, man, wait. Yeah, so you can see Thomas has mastered the physics of the game, the mechanics. Yeah, but you know, I almost went into the wrong.
This vehicle as well, so it's just a mechanic just
Yeah, that Porsche's coming fast, the GT3. The Yeah, but you already knew the Nordschleife overdriving. Yeah, so that doesn't happen in the Simcade, guys. Ran a little bit wide, caught the grass, spun me right round. Yeah, but obviously you coming into this game, you already know the Nordschleife blindfolded, but obviously you had to learn the mechanics and the physics of Gran Turismo.
yeah, it's different mechanics, unfortunately.
So there you go. But like as I said from the start of the live stream, I can't talk and race at the same time. So I'll make these little schoolboy errors, because I'm trying to keep the chat engaged. Wipe out. See, if I did that, I would have waited for the guy. I don't know. The American took out the Brazilian. If that was, what's that?
Something crazy fast.
Oh yeah, Gonzalez. Yeah, he's quick. We've raced with him before a few times. I think he was in the last live stream, in fact, as well.
I should have thought something competitive, but I'm sure it's possible. I need to try.
Yeah, well, I love the Suzuki. Oh, Cosy 73's in here. I'll have to take the Cosys out next, Thomas. Is that Cosy, is it? I think that's Cosy, is it? Yeah, so like I forgot to take that line off. Like Thomas, I know this track blindfolded. I don't need that line that will only throw us off. He's in a Corvette ZR1.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the old 80s one. Oh, man, really making a lot of mistakes here.
Just got some follow. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that one corner alone. Not only is it a hairpin corner, but it's banked. It has a massive concrete bank in it as well. That's called the carousel because that last corner back there. Because if you get it wrong, it'll throw you off into the wall. Just that one corner alone, there's nothing like that on a racetrack. Yeah, look at that. We're coming up for 5.5 minutes into this track, and we're only 3/4 of the way around, if that.
It's quite slow, that, to be honest. I thought you were a bit quicker.
6:45. Oh, we got you in the end. What was it? Was that a rocket car in the straight? Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was old 80s when he had the C3, C4. I thought it was a C3. He had this a C6. He had. Oh, it's Mark O'Connor that's in the old 80s one. I think I'll take out the Audi. This is fast. Oh, were you holding them up, Thomas, were you?
A little bit, mate. Yeah, I'd say so.
I need to try to figure this tune out a bit better. What's that? 60.
All right, Donald, let's play.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that Subaru impressed us in this game, especially the '90s one, like that Type R STI version that Thomas has taken out there, are absolute rockets. See, that's proper racing etiquette there. You know, Thomas was just test driving a Mustang that he hadn't driven before, and obviously Speedy Gonzalez was in a much quicker car, so Thomas was like apologising for holding him up. But that's also showing, you know, like you don't, as Ayrton Senna said, you know, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. You know, and if you're holding somebody up, it's still a race at the end of the day. You know.
I shouldn't have held him up now.
Yeah. I mean, look how good this car is. An old 1980s icon, the Audi 80 Quattro. Oh. Oh, we're driving the car. The brakes towards the front for a bit more traction. You know, I'm concentrating when I'm not talking. Yeah, well, when Thomas is visible, it's good to see that old 90s paint job. The 555 Subaru. You know, the Subaru Teamworks paint job is so iconic. Yeah, they don't make paint jobs like that anymore, do they, Thomas? Iconic paint jobs like that. Oh, sorry, Thomas. I don't think I've got brakes in this car. Like I don't have the race brakes on. Oh no, this car comes with race brakes. Yeah, I think it's just a weird tune I've got on this one. Yeah, this is proper racing now. Close racing, but no accidents. That's what the amateurs need to learn. You don't need to. You can have a close race without smashing the guy in front.
Every race is enough to see more, of course, you push it to the limit, that's the issue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, was it last night? It was your first lap of the car, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the first, yeah.
All right.
It's got a bit more under, this is where the race starts to be.
Yeah, so that, my friends, is what's called a rocket car. And this is a really fast car I'm in. Yeah, I've got 203 mile per hour. What you got, Thomas?
216.
So there's an example of a fast car versus a warp speed car.
What warp speed's my other car?
What's that one?
Suzuki.
Yeah, let's take it out. Yeah, this is going to be my last race. I'm really tired, Thomas. I'm going to do this last race and then I'm going to open, the daily roulette tickets.
Got a 6-star roulette for that.
Nice, and I got a 4. Give them a heads up that it's on YouTube.
Speed, you're gonna pull out now.
Are you taking out the Suzuki, Thomas?
Let's see what they pull out first. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, DB11, that's a quick car. 911 Turbo, that's quick too.
What's up in there? control just didn't let me finish. Bless him. Says
Yeah, I
it and
think.
leaves straight away, bless him.
Yeah. No, I didn't realise he left. Yeah, he was being sarcastic.
Some people don't like losing.
Oh, this guy's got the Senna paint job, the Swede. That's a really fast car, that. But he's got what advantage is that? That's the 2018 one, isn't it? That paint job will go faster stripes. That paint job will make him even quicker. It looks like he's struggling with the power.
Just gotta get used to driving this crazy thing again.
Right, you ready, Thomas?
Yeah.
I'm just going to make the front damping compression a bit softer.
I've got no chance of driving this with the wheel.
Oh yeah, you can. I mean, what other people are getting 605 with the wheel, you're getting 603 with the control pad. You just have to like fling. You just have to work the wheel
He
hard.
said he had a 605. He never showed me proof, but
All right, yeah. Yeah, well, given his track record, that's probably a lie. More than likely a lie. Yeah, so the monster that you see in the car there, that's actually the driver's name. So, like, you can see monster written in the front splitter, that big black thing at the front. That's the driver's name. You can see it on the bonnet as well, the hood of the car. Yeah, what's your torque split at, Thomas?
37.
Yeah, I've got 35-65. Oh, yes, it's hard to drive this one. You try to drive it like a normal car. You can't do that. Yeah, yeah, I would say this is like a Forza leaderboard car where it's probably this PP. This is probably about an 850 PP car or something.
I
Not a
say
seven.
so.
Not as
Scuderia all over it.
what's that?
Got the Scuderia all over it.
Yeah, yeah. There was a leaderboard car in Alf on Forza Motorsport called the Alfa Romeo 33 Stradale, and it was just like that wasn't just that was a leaderboard car in multiple classes. I think that one. And yeah, so what Thomas used to do was like he would give me like an extra 100 points, racing him. I think even up to 150 at one point.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah, and I still couldn't beat him in that leaderboard car, even though he was giving me 150 points. That was crazy. That car. Yeah, yeah. This is probably the equivalent of that Alpha in Forest. We've got some rage quitters.
I'm going to call this guy out.
Yeah, I've got news for you guys. Rage quitters fail in life. Man, look at that wheelie I just did. Crazy. Yeah, even though this car doesn't have the top speed of the other ones, just the acceleration and the handling of it and the braking, just destroys it everywhere else. So there's your leaderboard car for Gran Turismo 7, the V6 Scudo Pikes Peak Special 98. Well, anyway, Thomas, I'm going to head off after this race. You can stay in the live stream till the end if you want. I'm just going to check my, what's it called? My roulette tickets. Are you going to be on tomorrow for some online racing?
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Nations Cup doesn't start till Wednesday. Yeah, so we'll have to get some practice in for that as well. Yeah, and you'll have your wheel for that too.
Yeah, well, yeah. So I'll have to give it basically Tuesday. Well, I'm off
Yeah.
Monday because I'm not working 'cause it's bank holiday, so all day Monday I'll be
What does Bazinga mean in Swedish?
Zinga's it's a word from the show Big Bang Theory.
All right. What does it represent? What's the meme?
Nothing. It's just a word he says. Bazinga.
Oh, excuse me, guys, I'm tired. Sorry for using this good up. Well, they can pull theirs one. They can pull their one side, right? I might. Yeah, because obviously the Lamborghini Aventador SV, that'll be a good training car. You know, to learn your wheel with.
Yeah, well,
You,
we'll see.
what's it called? We'll just see what we can do in the leaderboards there.
I've got one roulette ticket. Let's see what I can get.
Yeah, you can fast track your learning curve. You know the mechanics and the physics of the
And
car. You
hopefully,
know,
because I'm not new to the. Oh, I had a bad oil on that then as well.
yeah, I think I've got the same with this one.
I got a parts ticket, 6-star parts.
Nice one. The McLaren F1's in there, 16 million credits.
I got a ultra high RPM turbocharger for the Veyron.
Oh, nice. That saved you a few bob.
Not like I'll use that vehicle, but yeah, you should be able to sell all the parts.
Yeah, but what I was saying earlier about Gran Turismo and Forza, I mean, like, Gran Turismo was always the one with thousands of cars. Like the Nismo, the R33 Nismo GTR. Yeah, yeah, the Nismo R33 GTR Le Mans Special Le Mans Edition. That was always a Gran Turismo car. But Gran Turismo doesn't have that car anymore, the super wide-bodied LM R33 GTR. But Forza's got it. You know, and
Super
Forza,
silhouette.
what was that?
Super silhouette.
Yeah, the Super Silhouette's in this game. In this game,
Who
uh,
is it?
yeah, yeah. But Thomas is right. You know, those types of cars were always Gran Turismo favourites, and now Forza's got most of them. But they did add that Super Silhouette Skyline. Uh,
I think Forza's got so many good cars. That's what I mean. That's what I do love Forza for that reason as well. But it's just a
yeah,
shame they can't just mix together and just
yeah,
create a whole
exactly.
game. But
Yeah, you need to buy like 5, 6 different games to get all the cars you love. But look at this wee 205 GTI. How cool is that?
but you also need packs and stuff like that. And oh, you got this as an addition, and these are an addition, or this is an addition. It's just
Yeah, yeah. That's a good thing about Gran Turismo. They don't charge you for the cars. They're all free. All the cars they bring in. But in Forza, you have to pay for them. Uh, Hold on, I'll show you the Nissan. Are you still watching the live stream, Thomas?
no. 1 second,
Oh,
I'll
right.
put
If
it
you
up a
put it on,
second.
I'll.
One game I am looking forward to is the Assetto Corsa Evo.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the Eiffel Mountain, the Nordschleife, and the surrounding area. Basically, the Eiffel Mountain that we just raced around in the ring there, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That is the actual Eiffel Mountain, and that's where Assetto Corsa Eva is going to be.
And
Uh,
then when you get bored,
okay.
you can just turn off track and go around around the roads.
Yeah. Hold on, it's not here. Nissan.
But
Yeah,
I'll be getting that game on Xbox. I won't be getting it on PlayStation.
yeah, there it is there, Thomas. Look.
1 second, buddy. Trying this little Ford GT out, and it is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so the car Thomas is talking about, like Forza's got all of these types of cars as well. Uh, but this particular car Thomas didn't know was in Gran Turismo 7 as well. But I mean, look at these old icons of cars. I mean, they don't make
But
cars like this anymore, and they certainly don't make paint jobs like that anymore. The iconic Calsonic Godzilla paint job. It's because remember that paint job that we were racing on Forza, Thomas, the Aston Martin, and it looked like it was hypnotizing you in the back. Remember, it was like
Yeah,
those circles. I mean, it was like that's probably the worst paint job I've ever seen on a car.
yeah, it's a nice skyline. That.
Oh, yeah, you've got it now. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah, so but but Thomas is right. These types of cars are now in Forza, where these cars were always belonged. These were always Gran Turismo favorites. Uh, like for example, Forza's got the Ford Fiesta XR2, the old 70s and 80s icon car. It's got the Ford Escort RS Turbo. Um, what other great cars has it got, Thomas? That Gran Turismo doesn't have.
got so many in there.
Yeah, the Ford Mustang SVT Cobra R, the Gordon Murray fan car. What's that called again? The T50 fan car.
Yeah,
Yes, Thomas said there's just too many to mention. It has the real Lamborghini Murcielago LP670-4 SV car. That Lamborghini that I took out, the orange one. I tried to make it look like the the Murcielago SV version, but Forza's got that car, and
it
Gran
says
Turismo Sevens doesn't.
this hasn't got the GT2 RS in here, has it?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's another one that's missing. Um, and again, Gran Turismo always had the Lamborghini Murcielago LP670-4 SV car. Um, the one that I've tried to make here.
Yeah,
Uh, Gran Turismo's always had this car.
but it's also got crazy cars like the Nomad and stuff like that. I don't think it's got the Nomad or any aerial for that matter.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's got crazy cars.
Like the Q7, the V12 one, stuff like that. Obviously, it's nothing special, but it's not. You haven't got stuff like that.
Listen to that. That's the nicest. That is the nicest sounding car. Well, the nicest sounding car in the world is this one.
It hasn't got any Bentleys either, has it? Gran Turismo.
No, it's fallen so far. The apple has fallen so far from the apple tree. It's
Oh, the
unbelievable.
Buick as well. Like,
Oh, the Regal Turbo.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the GNX. Yeah,
Oh well,
nice.
that car is coming to Gran Turismo at some point. It might come at the end of this month.
Okay, rims.
Yeah, yeah. No Ken Block Huna cars. Yeah. What car was I going to show you then, Thomas? Oh, yeah. This is the best sounding car
And
in the
obviously
world.
Fast and Furious as well. They've got a lot of Fast and Furious vehicles on the Forza now as well. And it's got the ACR. I know that's coming to
Gran
this, but
Turismo. Yeah, it's this four rotor. This is the best sounding car in the world. But this isn't a road car though.
it doesn't sound better than the 308 GTI.
That's silly. Yeah, yeah. On Forza Motorsport, there's a Peugeot 308 GTI, and it sounds like a race car. That's incredible. And
Pure thunder.
I don't really know the car, but I was saying to Thomas, I was like, "Does that car sound like that in real life?" And you're like, "Not even close." I don't know what they've done with that car,
I
but
think I got a message in the live chat as well.
all right, yeah, I'll address that later.
Nuclear
Yeah.
someone. Okay.
Cobra, what's he saying?
He put yo and then you must know Thermite. Do you know the guy that was in the last game with us?
All right,
Yeah, he put hey Thermite, lol.
all right, yeah, Cobra, he's really quick as well.
I don't think I've raced with him.
Yeah, yeah, Cobra. If you're still watching, you'll have to do some racing with Thomas here. Yeah, he'll give you some stick as well. He's really quick. What car was I going to show there? There's a Lamborghini, then the Mazda. What was the car I was talking about before,
That
Thomas?
Mazda 3's crazy on this with the swap. That's such a
Oh
powerful
yeah, the
car for
four
single
rotor,
mode.
the
Yeah.
four rotor rotary engine. Yeah. Oh, the Escort Cosworth that finally came in. Yeah, we were talking about. You were saying the Viper ACR's coming
Yeah.
to Gran Turismo, but it's already in Forza. What car? This is Suzuki. Done that.
I seen something last night about the next car list that's coming in.
All right. Well, what is it?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Okay, that's important. Can you Google that quickly?
yeah, one moment. Let me just get into this straight so I can
So,
load it.
that'll be the May cars that's coming, or is it the April update?
GT7 new cars. So they think it's gonna be someone reckons a Micra, TVR, Volvo. But yeah, they reckon that obviously you can't see it, but I reckon it's the like the Polestar one, like the little Volvo, the
Yeah,
C30 is it?
yeah.
It looks like Nissan Micra or something of that sort, and then maybe this Cerberus or the Griffith.
All right, so you can see the silhouettes of them.
Yeah, yeah, see that shit.
Yeah,
That's what I think it is.
So the car Thomas is talking about, the ACR, it's one of these. It's a Viper, and it's the special ACR edition.
Viper on steroids.
Yeah, as if this one's not fast enough. And this is the biggest body panel in existence for a car. See the bonnet of this car. Hold on, let's see if I can.
Do they have the RAM on this?
No, they always did have the RAM again, uh, but not in
Because I know
this
the
version.
obviously the RAM that comes. You can get that with the Viper engine, can't you?
Yeah, that's right. That's crazy. That
I've
was the
seen one in
start of the
person.
Mad Trucks. That one. Well, suppose
Yeah.
the first Mad Truck was the LM002 Lamborghini, but for
I was
pickup
doing some
trucks,
work on somebody's house. I was building a wall for him, and then I was like, is that an SRT 10 badge on that? And he's like, yes. You got a Viper engine? And he's like, yep. I was like, what? Opened it up, let me have a look at it. And then under the garage, he had a little Escort anyway.
an Escort what?
It was RS Escort
What, an RS Turbo?
1600.
Oh, nice. Oh, they're really rare. God, they're worth a fortune today.
Yeah, it was under the cover, had the little white fog caps on the front of it with the lights and everything. Oh, it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah. So see this bonnet. You call it hood in the States, but see this bonnet. This is the biggest car panel that's ever been fitted to a road car, or probably even a race car. There's no bigger panel that's ever existed than this here.
The only recent car that ever stood out to me was when I was at the car shows. Obviously, I go to quite a lot of car shows, and there was the AMG, the newest AMG, the Black Series.
Yeah,
I just couldn't believe the size of the spoiler in person.
yeah. I love, and that's active aero as well, because there's a wee bit in the top that flips up and down for extra braking and cornering
Yeah,
and stuff. It's so cool. But yeah, folks,
it's on the
this
new
is.
Porsche that's got DRS mode on it as well.
But yeah, this is the single biggest body panel that's ever been fitted to a vehicle. I would imagine even a race car as well. It's and in real life, you know, this doesn't give it justice. It's this is absolutely, well, not that I've seen one in real life, but the pictures. I mean, obviously this car's massive in real life. You know, underneath there's an 8.2 liter V10 engine. So it's just, you can just
That's what
see
I've
from.
never understood with American engines, though, all these high capacity and just low horsepower. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's but they're more into the torque, because the reason that they do that is they put the big engines in because fuel's so cheap over there, and also um, if you look at the average American road, you know, they're cruising for like hundreds of miles at a
I
time.
know the issue. It's not just
So like that's why the engines are so big because the roads are so big and long. So like they need that big
strong
powerful
engine.
the torque and stuff like that, for the road side there. But it's not needed on our European roads. But like I'd rather drive around these Isle of Skye roads, these incredible twisty and roads than the big long roads of America.
So I want to do Route 66, but that's as far as my driving
Oh yeah,
wants
and,
to go on
uh,
America.
and they've got that Dragons Trail. Have you ever heard of the Dragons
Yeah, I've
Trail?
seen that, but that's more of a bike for me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, car guys go around there as well. But
I'd rather go over the Snake Pass. I don't know if you know that road, but
I've heard of it before. Yeah,
yeah, between Manchester and Sheffield.
yeah.
Absolute
Well,
crazy road.
well, where I live again, a lot of bikers come up for these roads. Like on the Isle of Skye here, the roads are tremendous to drive. It's basically like driving around in Nordschleife, except you've got some of the most beautiful scenery in the world in the background. But look at that! Look at this old. This car was actually released in 1989. This is an old 80s car. This Viper. And are you still watching the live stream, Thomas?
I'm testing this new Porsche out because I'm sick of everyone bringing
Well,
Porsches out,
well,
and I'm
I think you'd agree that the original Viper still looks good by modern standards. I would say it looks better, in fact.
oh yeah.
I mean, just think about
It's just a
this.
shame with shame. It's majority of old cars they look better in the older.
Oh, I
But
know
my
it's.
favourite Porsche is like the slant nose.
Oh yeah,
Well,
the flat. Yeah, it's
sorry,
also called the
it's my
flattens.
second favourite cat Porsche. My first is obviously the 2.8 RS, but yeah.
What's my favorite Porsche? I like the 959.
I like the
Really.
595, but it's got nothing on the 2.8 RS. That is just. I don't know if you've seen the Transformers Rise of the Beast. There's one in that, and oh, it's just in my ultimate spec. It's so nice.
Oh yeah, it's really cool.
But
But,
like I said, I love the slant nose as well. 930 in black.
yeah, yeah, that's also called the flat nose. That one.
Yeah,
Yeah, beautiful, stunning. Yeah, like for example, that's the car Thomas is talking about there in the background, but it doesn't have this bug eyes on the front of it. Hold on, I'll just pull one out. Um, but that white car on the ramp there, that's the car Thomas was talking about, but it's got a beautiful flat nose in it, a slanted nose.
when you see them in person, they just it looks something else.
Blooming heck, they're as rare as hen's teeth. How did you see
Yeah,
one of those in person? Blooming heck.
same shot I seen the Centenario.
Blooming heck. And you've seen a Lamborghini LM002, the Rambo Lambo. You've seen one of
Seen
those
three
in
of
real.
them. Yeah, I seen two next to each other. The guy was buying two of them, a black and a white one.
I'd love to just see one of those. Oh, that's bugged me. That I was going to show you as a car, but I lost my train of thought.
And my friend's got a Run Up 5 Turbo too. I'm still trying to get my good friend to get his uncle to take me out in his Cosworth.
Oh, what type of quasi?
Escort Cosy.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, I think he's got about 20,000 miles on it.
And who is it?
You know, Daz, my good friend, the one I go out with,
Yeah,
his
yeah.
uncle.
Oh man, yeah,
Not
that'd
been
be.
in it for 3 years.
But the guy's not driven it for 3 years.
Yeah, just sits in his garage. It's all working and all that. He just doesn't
Oh,
drive it.
that's a crime. That's a crime. Yeah, so the car Thomas is talking about is this one here, except it's got like a flat nose. So
And then obviously Singer does an amazing representation of all the Porsches.
yeah, so you can see the kind of bug eyes in this one. The car Thomas Porsche made. It wasn't actually Porsche that did it. I think Roof, the aftermarket tuning company of Porsche, who Porsche allowed to license their cars as an approved aftermarket specialist. I believe Roof made the first slant nose Porsche Turbo, and it was so successful that Porsche made their own one. That's the one Thomas is talking about. Porsche, but I believe Roof made one first. Um, But yeah, so like what Thomas is talking about is it's not bug-eyed like this. It's like a perfect slant nose, and it looks absolutely incredible. But even this old '80s Porsche, and in fact this car goes back to the '70s, still looks incredible. But the one Thomas is talking about, it's got that slant nose on it. It looks absolutely impeccable. You can just Google it; it's incredible. Um, what was the car I was just talking about before the 911 Turbo there?
Dodge.
The Viper. Yeah. No, there's one I just mentioned. Oh man, I'm tired. I need to go to bed. But my favorite Porsche. Oh, the roof. It was a roof. I'll show you what a roof is here.
That's the one that's got is it Yellowbird? That's just crazy that
Yeah, the
one.
Yellowbird. But I believe even before the Yellowbird. So this is the roof car.
I think the Yellowbird's one of the fastest ones they did.
This company is so spectacular that Porsche, one of the most strictest companies for rules, the German rules, they actually allow this company roof here. They're an approved aftermarket specialist. So like Porsche trust them enough that they just give over their chassis and their engines to this company roof, and they just basically put the car on steroids. They just turn everything up to 11. As you can see with this one here, this old CTR3, the CTR2 was incredible, and the CTR1 before it. You can Google those cars.
I mean, he's got was it two or three roughs on this game?
Yeah, it's spelt rough, but it's pronounced in German roof.
RUF.
Yeah, yeah.
As well. But yeah, I like
But I
Singer
can.
as well. That's just they're incredible what they do.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then there's the RWB. They
I've
make some.
seen one in person being made. He was in Reading making one. My friend sent me a video, and it's round the corner from my house. There's two people in Reading that have got an RWB. Well, there was one at the time, and he was here repairing his bumper, and he was making a brand new one in the
Yeah,
garage round the corner from me.
and then of course you've got LB Works that do a similar wide body.
Yeah, I'm not. I love. I don't know if you've seen it the other week. Lando Norris's Skyline. Ugh, he
no,
pulled up
but
to he pulled up to a show in his Liberty Walk Skyline
oh my
to a
goodness.
car show.
Lando Norris, he just smashed his F40. I don't know if it was him driving, but if you Google,
No, it wasn't him. It was the technician
yeah, because obviously that's a really hard car to
because
drive.
the turbos come on very hard, and that's what made him lose it.
Yeah, the turbo lag, and
Turbo lag catches a lot of people in that.
yeah, and but Lando
It's not. It's
Norris,
not. It's not quite the F1. Obviously, the only car that can't be written off.
what was that? The McLaren F1.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously the McLaren F1's chicken feed to the 110 million pound euro Mercedes Gullwing car. The S, what was it called?
The one that Ralph
It's
Lauren's got.
yeah, that car is the most expensive car in the world. And then you've got the Ferrari
This,
250 GTO,
yeah,
70 million.
the SWB one.
Yeah, and then you've got the priceless cars like the Lamborghini Itoki. You know that one that they only made one for of on Gran
Yeah,
Turismo's 50th
all the
anniversary.
cars that Bruton has Sunai has got, Sultan of Brunei, all the ones that he's got, crazy
Yeah,
one-offs.
those cars are literally priceless. You can't even put a price on them. They're so rare.
My head's gone on with a Lamborghini, the one begins with an R.
The Revuelto.
No, it's the 2000 brake one. 2000 brake, something like
Oh,
that.
basically you can't drive it on the road. It's for the track only.
It's split. It's a Huracan half and half sort of thing. Um,
Oh, the Sesto Elemento,
no, it's
the
the
sixth
Rayo,
element. What is it?
the Rayo.
I've not even heard of that one.
It's a Huracan Longtail.
Oh my goodness, that sounds. I'll have to Google it.
You've never heard of it?
No, there's actually been I'm probably one of the biggest Lamborghini. enthusiasts in the world, and there's been a couple of Lamborghinis you've had to point out to me,
Yeah,
which
so
is
it's
beyond belief.
literally how it sounds, just Ray and then O, and it's a 2,000 horsepower long wheelbase Lambo.
Yeah, because there was a very rare prototype that you showed me before as well. And I don't think it's that one because we remembered it. There was another one you pointed out.
But I remember being at that car show and seeing that Centenario, and I was just absolutely gobsmacked.
Yeah, and another tidbit of information about Thomas. He's the biggest movie buff. I mean, I thought I was a movie buff, but this guy puts me to shame. There's this famous movie called Unleashed, and it's a Jet Li movie. It's filmed in Glasgow, in Scotland, and it's just basically, Jet Li's like one of the best martial art, if not the best martial artist in Hollywood, and this movie is called Unleashed, and basically Bob Hoskins of all people, the actor, plays the bad guy in it, and he basically treats Jet Li like a dog, and he has this collar. He's got him on a leash, and like a literal leash, and basically Bob Hoskins is a big gang lord, like he's a big crime lord, and so when Bob Hoskins is like shaking down people, he uses Jet Li to do it, and he takes and when the collar comes off, Jet Li just destroys everybody. And I can't really say what the movie's about. It's so graphic, but you get the idea. But like anyway, I was telling Thomas about it. I was like, that's a no nonsense movie. Like there's a underground fighting scene, and it's like this big, unbeatable underground fighter. And Bob Hoskins just goes to Jet Li, end him, but like he says something else, it'll get muted out, and you get obviously the censorship is unreal. So like when I listen to a live stream back, it's like, oh, I can't say this, I can't say that, so like I can't say what this movie actually does. But basically, Bob Hoskins says, end that guy, and so Jet Li just goes up and hits him in the throat, and he's ended immediately. And then the organization, it's like, well, next time, put on a show, because people are here to see a show. But anyway, it's a really graphic movie, and I was saying to Thomas, I was like, for a no nonsense movie, that's the one to watch. And obviously, like we can't, the movie's so graphic, but like in terms of actual real hand to hand combat, that's the movie you want to watch, because there's no, there's no fake stuff in that. If you want to watch a real real life action movie, that's the one to watch, and you'll learn from it. But anyway, so Thomas pulled up. So I just mentioned this movie. I was like, for no nonsense, that's the movie to watch. Brilliant movie. And I'd actually forgotten it was filmed in Glasgow. And then Thomas was like, oh yeah, his mum was a piano teacher, and he obviously was the best fighter, one of the best. He obviously was probably the best fighter in the world in the movie. And so that's what that's all I really remembered about the movie. And Thomas was like, oh yeah, his mum was a piano teacher, and all he wanted was a piano, and then the good guys gave him an old keyboard, and I said to Thomas, I was like, how long ago did you see that movie? How long ago how did your memory just what was the time scale of your memory pulling up all of that information instantly?
Yeah, I don't know. I probably watched it was about 8 years previous to it. Something like that.
Yeah. So Thomas hadn't seen that movie in about 8 years, and in a conversation, he pulled up the whole history basically of the movie, and he was telling me about things about the movie, which I'd completely forgotten about. And I'm a huge movie buff. I'm pretty sure you'd agree with that, Thomas.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I can pull up lots of information about movies as well. And so then I rewatched the movie. I rewatched the movie, and like I was thinking, man, I can't believe that. It's like a core part of the movie, the piano and the keyboard, and like, but yeah, and there's other movies as well. It's like, but you want to talk about movie buffs, Tom? You want to know something about a movie? You don't need to Google it; he'll pull it up, instantly. So like that, there was no chance of him to pull up Google about the movie or anything like that. He just it was a conversation like what we're having now, and it was just seamless. It was like instantly he gave me all of that information, so there was no way he could have cheated and looked at Google or something like that. He just had that information stored in his memory. It was crazy. But but it's hilarious. How did we get onto movies?
I'm not too sure.
There must have been some tie-in, but
You've had a message back from Cobra as well.
oh, what was he saying?
He put, tell him he can use my latest tunes for 700 pp.
Oh
And
yeah, that's actually a good point, Thomas. If you go onto Nuclear Cobra has a YouTube channel, so see if you click on his name, it might bring you to his YouTube channel. But his YouTube channel is just Nuclear Cobra. He's got some great tunes as well.
yeah, he said he ain't got online service anymore, and he don't think he'll be getting it anymore.
All right. Oh, well, Cobra. They're probably old. Ask him if it's is that update 1.58 tunes.
He's still in the chat, so you could obviously just ask him, then it'll come up.
Oh, I don't have it pulled up. I've only got the
No, I mean
PlayStation.
you just speak. He's like he's on the. He's still watching the live
Oh,
stream.
all right. Oh, all right. Is that 1.58 tunes, Cobra? Because he's like you. He's got 603s and stuff like that. 700 class. He's super fast. There's some videos of me and him racing where he beats me on my own YouTube channel. But again, I'm not shy. I'm thick-skinned, so like I don't care if somebody beats me on my own YouTube channel. So like you've beaten me, he's beaten me. A couple of other people have beaten us, So, but I'll leave it up there.
1.52 by the look of it.
All right, yeah. Those tunes are probably. Um, they're probably extinct now, but you'll still learn. If you look at his tunes, he's a great tuner in the game as well.
Yeah, he said they might work. Otherwise, small modifications will fix
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Normally the case. It's only just what I was gonna say. It's only normally a bit of weight ballast or something that changes it really.
Oh, I think I've got my favourite Porsche, the 911 GT1's street version, Strassen version.
Yeah, I still prefer the RS 2.8 over that.
Yeah, this is my favourite here. But, yeah. That's the thing. When you're having a good conversation, it's like the conversation's moving so fast, you forget about things you want to talk about. Um, there's a couple of cars I was going to talk about, but I've forgotten what they were. Obviously the conversation's moving too quick and it's too good. Every new topic's really cool to talk about. But
Yeah.
bug us. I'll go back and watch the live stream. It's like, oh yeah, that's the car I was wanting to show. But yeah, that flat nose. Is there a flat nose in Forza?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, I think the 930 is on there.
Yeah, the 930. Yeah, um, oh well, Cobra. If you're still watching, you'll have to resubscribe to PlayStation and do some racing with Thomas and I. It's yeah, I've got to say the 911 GT1's my favourite Porsche, but and the 959 as well. Um, the Porsche 959, I love that car. This is basically the 80s version of the 911 GT1. This is where its roots lie. See, that's more similar to it. So, like, the flat nose in that one is closer to. So, if you can imagine the 911 Turbo with that sort of lights, but the flat nose is even more beautiful than that, if you can believe it. The flat nose is even flatter than that. So the 959's kind of got a flat nose as well, Thomas, but it's not as extended as it's not as preluded. But that's a similar lights to the flat nose, isn't it? Those ones.
yeah.
But yeah, as Thomas says, the flat nose is completely unique. It's just absolutely stunning. Um, yeah, so your favorite Porsche is the 2.8 RS, and then the flat nose.
And then the flat nose, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'm probably just excluding the flat nose because it's one of your favourites. But yeah, that's definitely up there for me as well. The flat nose.
The 2.8 in my eyes is just absolute chaos.
Well, each to their own. But the 2.8 is nothing on the flat nose for me, or the 959 or the GT1. But I concur with you that the 2.8 RS is stunning. It's absolutely stunning as well. But everyone's got their own taste,
I
don't they?
also love that Tut Hill Porsche as well.
What's that?
The Tut Hill Porsche,
I don't know that one.
11,000 RPM
Oh yeah, that was on.
with Chris Harris.
Yeah. When you mentioned RPM, yeah, ludicrous, absolutely
Yeah,
ludicrous.
it was like, I think it's like 860 kilo and 375 brakes, something like that.
Yeah, but isn't it remarkable that there's a new 959 just been released? There's again the old 911 turbos and the 911 cars are getting re-released. There's a new F40 getting re-released. You said that's Hamilton's involved with that one.
Evans, yeah, doing that one.
What other ones is there? There was a Lamborghini Diablo. There's a new version of that. Did you see that one? The new Diablo. It was on Top Gear. It's basically like the original Diablo, except it's modern. That's stunning. It's not a Lamborghini. It's an aftermarket company that's doing it. I think it's worth about £2.5 million as well. It's super expensive.
I wonder
But
how quick that 959 is going to be then, the new one, because it'll be annoying if it's quicker than the old one.
oh yeah, I think it's going to be a lot faster than the old one. But
197 miles per hour on it, and then what was it? I think it got 201.
yeah, I think it's 199. The F40 never did 201 or two. The F40 was claimed to do 200. The F40 never did over 200 mile per hour outside of Italy. Road and Track tested it. Top Gear tested it. Every car magazine in the world tested it under um, with equipment to test the real top speed of the car, and it only did 193 with Road and Track. Um, Top Gear only got like 190 something out of it as well. So it's never been confirmed that the Ferrari F40 was the first car to go over 200 mile per hour. That's a complete lie. The testing it did, Ferrari said it did 201 mile per hour, but it didn't. It's never been officially clocked to over 200 mile per hour. And so, like when that car was released, Road and Track tested it. All Motor tested it. Everybody tested it, and it was 190 something mile per hour. It did, and the reason it's capable of doing over 200 mile per hour, but the reason it can't is because it's got that big spoiler on the back, and it's got ground effect as well. It's got underground aerodynamics that glue it to the ground, and it's got that massive rear diffuser as well. Plus, it's got a massive front spoiler as well, and the tires are I believe 335 at the back as well. So all of those factors combined, the aerodynamic drag of the car is really really bad. But
Well, the Pontiac Trojan,
I've never heard of that one.
I've not heard of it. It's like the quickest automatic.
What year was it made?
Uh, 2024 it was done.
I've not heard of it. I love Pontiacs. That's the original Knight Rider car, Pontiac
No,
Firebird.
this is it.
Trans Am.
Basically, it just looks like that. It's just it literally looks exactly the same, but it's the first automatic production car to it over 200.
Yeah, well, if you go back to the old 19, we were talking about this earlier, Thomas. If you go back to the old 1980s car, the Pontiac Trans Am Firebird that was used in Knight Rider, that car had the yoke steering wheel, which is all the trend now. That car drove itself. Um, what else did it do? It had computers talking to it. Had a television screen. That's all standard tech now. You know, you can just buy a self-driving car now with a yoke steering wheel. You know, that nice flat steering wheel, that Knight Rider steering wheel. Teslas, is that not
It's got the
standard for all
Lotus Carlton
Teslas? Is
on
it?
it.
No, again, the Lotus Carlton was always on Gran Turismo and not on Forza. Now it's the other way around. Forza's got the Lotus Carlton and not the.
It's a
I,
lot
I,
quicker.
yeah, that's. I think that car's actually rumoured to be coming to Gran Turismo. I think that's in the data breach. You know, the car was data leaked. All the cars in the game were data leaked, so I
I hope
think
so.
they
That
are
was one of
coming.
my favourite cars. That. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
the
definitely.
fastest production car in its time, wasn't it? At the age of the year.
Yeah, the fastest saloon car in the world
Yeah,
by far.
it was
It was.
faster than the fastest than the Porsche and Ferrari at the time. What was it, the 355 and
Yeah,
can't
it
think
was.
what the Porsche was.
It was faster than most supercars. It was just lightning quick.
177, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then Westminster banned it. They went to Vauxhall and
Well,
Lotus.
they tried to. It was the only, they tried to ban it. They didn't ban it.
Oh no, they did. They were successful.
Oh,
And,
well,
and
I think they didn't. They tried to put it through, but government won't ban it.
well, Lotus.
Yeah, they
Um,
disbanded the production after 4 or 5 years anyway.
yeah. That was the last. That was the only one they made, and they weren't allowed to make a
Yeah,
family car go that fast again.
92, wasn't it? And they stopped.
And then just after that as well, the gentleman's handshake came in that
Gentleman's agreement. Yeah,
no car was allowed to go over 155, but if you kept it in fifth gear, it would do 180. There was ways to bypass it.
yeah.
You know,
Now you
at
can
six,
now you can take the restrictors off and all that shit now. And
yeah, sixth gear was capped on 155, but if you kept it in fifth, you could get 180s and M5s and stuff
yeah,
like that.
the same with the Skylines in it. They say they were only running so much brake horsepower, but
Yeah, 276 horsepower, but they were all running 350
shit.
plus. Yeah. And then there was the big Volkswagen scandal when they were saying that the cars were meeting MOT standards, but they weren't. As
Yeah,
soon as it was
my
connected,
brother
they were
got like
just
£5,000 for that.
yeah, yeah. It was like as soon as the MOT apparatus was connected for the MOT test, it was like, oh yeah, but this is a really clean car. And then as soon as it was disconnected, it's like full dirty power again. You know, again that was all covered up real fast as well.
Yeah, my brother got paid out for that one.
Yeah, yeah. It cost the company a lot of money. But they were all doing it. You know that talking about Skylines, the Skylines were doing that again. The R34 couldn't meet standards. You know that same MOT test and it did the same trick. But the only one that got caught for it was Volkswagen. But they were all doing it. There's no. You think about it. How's an R34 GTR passing emissions when it's 100 times dirtier than a Volkswagen diesel? You know they were all doing it as far back as the late 90s, you know, because the catalytic converter test came in 1994, so they learned real quick how to trick the MOT test. But the only one that ever got caught for it was Volkswagen. But they were all doing it, especially the high performance cars like the
I don't know
Skylines.
what this guy does that I follow online, but he has got some amazing cars.
Yeah,
Got the Apollo IE.
yeah,
He's got
that's
he's got he's got
that looks like the Batmobile. You want to Google that one, the Apollo IE. That literally looks like the. Forza's got that car, but Gran
yeah,
Turismo doesn't.
was it? He's got the CC8, CCGT, um, RS Agera. Got um, got the Mercedes Benz, the C1000,
Blooming heck.
the low tech 1000 one.
Yeah, is that? I think is that a one on one? That's a one of one car, is it?
Yeah, he's got that. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to open the tickets. Right, we'll start from where.
Crazy vehicles.
Surprise, surprise! The lowest of the low, 5 grand.
I had that 3 times last week.
Right, right. Let's go. Let's go for the next one. We'll start from the worst and work our way up.
How many do you have to open?
I think 16 or something like that. I only open these in live streams. Surprise, surprise. The lowest of the low. 5 grand. Right. 2 in a row, the worst possible outcome. Oh, there's another 5 grand. I've got a car. That's not so bad. I've got about 10 of these, but I'll sell it. Expo crossbow car. I love that car as well. Yeah, so you're going to Forza Horizon. You're going to re-download Forza Horizon 5, Thomas. Well,
Yeah, I'll open my Xbox
yeah,
in a
yeah,
few days, and
because we can showcase the Carlton, the Apollo, uh, the Buick Regal.
I've got so many cars in there that are crazy anyway.
There we
I just
go.
need
Look
to
at
go on and re-get some more leaderboard cars
it.
and learn the tracks
15
and that.
grand.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot because I'm gonna have to be up at night in 5 hours with my daughter. So
Yeah, surprise, surprise. The lowest again, 30 grand.
but yeah,
There was a
I'll
millisecond.
catch you tomorrow and give you a shout.
Yeah,
And yeah, we'll do a few races tomorrow.
right, right. Talk to you tomorrow, Thomas.
Take it easy, buddy. Bye bye.
Right, right. God bless, man. Bye. Yeah, guys, I'm really tired as well. I'll open these tickets and I'm going to call it a night, guys. So, you'll hear more from Thomas and I later. Right, right. God bless, guys. Bye.